Alright. Behold, our new home. Ah. Oh, that's cool. Just admiring the emotes I have now.
Yes, you have emotes now.
Yes. Courtesy of our beloved Chatai. All of you guys now have available emotes. It'll be good. Oh, this one's a hyperlink. Yes. We salute our adventure with the thumbs up. Infilia with
Already.
We're like 5 seconds in. I blame me not talking all day. Wishes to share some final words on the coming mission prior to departing for Limsa Limensa. Oh god, now I gotta reform my British accent.
Yeah, very.
This is gonna be really fun come heavensward, because when everyone changes, that means I have to change every single voice I've done.
It'll come with time. You're still new to it.
I am. This is very amateur hours for voice acting.
It's fine.
Yes. It's okay. We'll just call it Scuff. There is no VTuber that doesn't have it. Therefore.
That is true. You're not a real VTuber if you've never experienced Scuff.
Yeah. I am Scuffed by existing.
I'll stop it.
Ugh. Okay. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and doubtless will have valuable information to share. Great. Of course, Limsa takes the longest to load. Okay. I must escape the Aetheryte Plaza. You were expected. Oh god, wait, no, they're all pirate sounders. Wait, how does that sound? Nah, whatever. Pray take this lift to the command room. I forget what your accent is. Please tell me this is voiced. Nope. I was I was hoping it would be voiced so I know what it sounds like for next
No,
time.
slut.
Nope. Just unlucky. Okay. Oh wait, no, she has like this kind of a nasal timbre. How do we do that? Welcome, friend. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. Welcome, friends. I take it Ishtola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not yet crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we do not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of the Leviathan's imminent return. I think I saw a... There was like a banner that happened over the chat. I don't know what happened. Michaela's here. Hello.
Welcome back.
Works in no more stomach pain. I'm glad you're alive.
Yes, same.
Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But, if gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Hello, chat. Are these emotes made by chat? Is Derpy? Yes. Our beloved chatting stars has provided us with emotes.
He has, indeed.
Okay. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. You did emote? Yay. Yes. What? What do you mean?
What was that all about?
I don't know. But I'm going to hear your keyboard mash and raise you. Varix. Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering. Yeah, that's how that's pronounced, right? Sahagin movements within the spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falbrida has charge of the garrison. Teleport. A subscription from our beloved Spacey. I live, you live. White. Let's see. Now, let's see if I have this correctly. Cannot type. Does that work? Really? Did I spell it wrong? Do I have to do it that way? Beautiful. Very new to all the things that I can do here. So, behold, Spacey. No entry. Where am I going? Oh, up here. I've been expecting you, sire, in the 7th Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. You're not active anymore, but you appreciate? Look, you are a friend of the show. Friends of the show should be shouted out. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter at the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. You must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. Yep. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Yeah. Oh hey, Yugi's here.
Knowing you make no promises.
I'm a warrior, so what does that mean? Soldier of the Maelstrom has kindly furnished me with information on the enemy. Armed with this knowledge, I promise you that my presence will count for something. I'm sure it'll be just fine.
What I mean is,
What's up?
You like to venture places you're not supposed to.
Yeah. If I was playing Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, or even any of the Metroidvania games that I have played and will play, that will probably still be the case. At least in Metroidvanias, some of them are designed that so much that you can't venture too weirdly in odd directions. Where am I going? I'm looking for bodies, right? Am I blind? Sprites, Sahagin. Sprite, Sahagin. Oh, you're probably behind this thing, aren't you? There you are. You just realized I'm playing warrior? Yes. It was one of the last classes that I had available that were quote-unquote Realm Reborn classes. So this is going to be very funny come heavensward, because I don't remember how many parts that is, and there's only 3 gained classes. So I might just start cycling else. Let's see. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reapers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. Sure. Huh. Please tell me this opens. Okay, cool. I realized that, like, it didn't say no entry, so I had the possibility that I could go in. I vaguely remember fate hunting here once upon a time. Oh good, corpses. We love corpses. Why? Anyway. Dare you say corpse party? You may say it. Let's heave that one over my shoulder. And this one can go in the backpack. Very neatly stored. Corpse boogaloo. It's gonna be water boogaloo soon. Huh. Was that always impaled? Anyway. So for... You'll hop on for water? Nice. And it was cool. Happened during Calamity. Gotcha. Your return to thank the Navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. Tell me, what became of the others? Here. And literally just pull out of backpack, throw on ground. Here. Oh shit, I made her cry. Dear gods. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and pain. Does the savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the 2 who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Cool. Gift of Eternity. Huh. Thrice damned fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Admiral. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is established for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Varix and Ishtola, the two of you are to make your way up to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure out as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Stola and Varix. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Nephilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! So when do we get to dual-wield pistols like her? When did we last fight side by side, Varix? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. They revive ideas from 1.0. The implicit answer is loud and clear, and it stings my soul. It's okay. Wait. Do they treat me differently if I do it this one first? Did that matter? Interesting. Eh. Wayfiend? Okay. A little busy. Wait, so what happens if I do this? Can I literally just skip it? No. No, it doesn't count. Okay. No, they haven't. Okay, they did. Oh, good. Final checkpoint, huh? That's not an axolotl. Where are your gills? Oh damn, girl teleported. Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing glow. Come, the aetherite is close at hand. Let us press on. It's a bald axe, so yeah. Full disclosure, Ishtola, what is that scriggly little tree bench gonna do?
Did I miss much?
Hell yeah. Wait, when can I do that?
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Why do you sound different already? Hang on, can you increase the volume? Feels quiet to me. Oh. Job change, aid in combat. Let's go. Oh my god, Shadowfang! We don't have that skill anymore.
To the Aetherite.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Admiral. I presume.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
And you'll forgive me for wanting to take both of your guns. Not bad.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Wish you can swap your Pokélance into Pew Pew Laser Beam too.
Long have you shriveled, Soarwalker, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end!
You know, that's not too different from the voice that I was planning on giving the Sahagins. If they made me voice them.
You shall perish with salt in your wound. your lungs.
After cutscenes, voices are getting different.
Hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Voices are getting drowned out by BGM. Alright.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
So what, does it just go to the next one? Yep.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance.
I fought way lesser things that have called themselves eternal.
I beseech you, come forth.
Die, damn you!
So, hear me out, Merlew. Okay, cool. I was about to say, why didn't you kill all of them at the same time?
Foolish shorewalker, you cannot kill that which is eternal.
Are you gonna eat it?
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Do not trust gifts from those with an agenda.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship. Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Yeah, that'd be kind of bad, huh? Okay. Now we check... Not this menu. This menu. So I BGM up here. Hopefully that works out. And just double check. Skip playback is turned off. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, his last attempt as any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure, but Limlane herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would meet and match one of us. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. Shall await you in the command room. And this is why they dispatched it after the Moggle Mog one, because it, I feel like they did something a bit more recent too with that. I don't know why I mounted. Why is Brazil here? Oh, do I just not have cooldowns? Limsa! The decision to delay is also why patch 2.1 is entirely unvoiced. Huh. Didn't think about that.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
So we need to
Of
collect
course!
fire.
Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another.
Agreed.
In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To which, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well.
Off we trot then, Mistbeard.
Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Moraby Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
That was such a lovely little moment of the moment of shared a shared look between me and Slafferson. A very nice little moment there. You're the writing. Invite. Are you coming too?
Sure.
Okay. Noodle boogaloo time, yep. When you realize and paid attention, haven't been able to ignore it. That's fair. Beings held as gods also. Oh, shit. Oh no. Also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? Message, Admiral. Judge it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. Just a man? One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We would dispatch one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Ishtola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Varix, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you were looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet, lower in the Losha. The Storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. So yeah, send me away. Again. That seems valid. A Primal Slayer who isn't us and isn't in the heroes. I wonder if I would have seen this person already. Excuse me. We're here. There's no way. They wouldn't do that. They would not. Why is it you again? Oh my god. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story, right after you carry these sacks of grain over to the mill. But, sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled that millstone over the hill. And also before... Gods, man. I worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do you hear me complaining? Suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, alright. I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that I'll track to a generous soul. Now prick up your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you keen? A tale of Tractum's epic victory over the dread primal oh god, what did he... I have regrets. Leviabetus. Like the diabetes commercial. I know. It just makes me mad. Now, Leviabetus is huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide as it... Really? As wide across as me members long. And that's no mean feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. Not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm as modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's some, as say, you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. He sees me here already, right? Okay, cool. It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. Take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no more honor. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm Chocobodung. No, I'm the maggots you find regularly in Chocobodung. I have to lie with till the wind of it to tumble them, and then I don't happen much. Me and Pump's tiny. It's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen it with me own eyes. This was a fair few years back when I was working a baker's hand. I was shucking me duties one day, loitering about the harbour, and when I saw it, great big massive sea serpent on some malms off the coast, the fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared, I sold myself right there and then. How did anyone buy his story? Ever, at first. Ever. What? Oh, gods. Just remembering that day made me soil myself all over again. Gross. Hey, wait. If you're asking after Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Take care. It really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Thanks for the advice. Why, you worthless, lying whoreson! I can't believe you made me handle Chocobo dung! Varix, this is Minfilia. We're able to learn Altar of Use against Leviathan. Not even fucking sort of. She's as incredulous as I am. I beg your pardon? Leviabetis? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Moorby dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. Yes, get me away from this lying whoreson. I can't fucking believe it. I didn't even track it until I that I got right here. It's like, there's no way it's this dipshit again. Spacing when you said, oh, who could it be? I'm like, oh my god. There's no fucking way. This, again. Just tell me that he doesn't appear a third time. Just tell me that. I see that emote and I know what it means, so thank you. You're crying into your dinner. I'm glad to provide entertainment. Don't jinx it. It's not gonna be me. Actually, don't remember? Okay. I won't hold my breath then. Can probably... Nah. Oh, hey. It's a wet horse. I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lass. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Eater, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she's been fitted with a platform, and you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. Okay, she's not sinkable. We are. The World Eater and his crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and she'll bear you to Leviathan. Lord of the World. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the World Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with what our friends at Naldic Vimelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it'll use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Y'shtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Y'shtola, if you would join the third levy, and Lady Yugiri the fifth. Off they trot. But what words have I for the woman who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the Navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Varix. May the crystal bless and keep you. The Whirl Eater. Throw this to you guys. The Whirl Eater do be hard. I hope so. I do remember having to unsync this fight a fair bit because I really liked the weapons at the time. There it is. That's the platform I remember being on.
Early game, this was one of my favorite tracks.
Mm-hmm. The one that we get a couple expansions past is also super sick. Oh, there's a long cutscene to be waiting, right?
So cool looking though.
He is. Interesting. Oh, so there's literally a whole host of crystals in that part.
Yep.
Gotcha. I never actually looked down there.
That is terrifying.
It is open water,
Yeah, that's why.
therefore. Ooh, that's an entrance. Noodle your beloved. This is quite the noodle.
Now I see where the Poseidon swordfish was inspired.
Now you fucking...
Ow, fuck. Oh. Excuse me.
I think its tail resists rain, or magic.
Oh, does it? I honestly, I think
I'm guessing, if I'm honest.
yeah, I honestly don't remember much about this fight. It has been on hello.
Ow.
What is this? Oh, what are we gonna do
Oh
today?
shit. You gotta slap them.
Okay. Oh, that thing is fat.
Okay.
Oh,
Elemental converter operable. I think so. Someone's right there. Yeah. House space is there. Huzzah. There it is. The theme. I see it. Easy, easy. And to give to that, I give my kindest and most sincere. Good. Head is hit with magic, tail is hit with melee. Oh. I was doing it wrong. My bad. You tested him in fight. I didn't see any adverse effects from doing it. But I guess it worked out. My bad for misleading. Unless ranged counts as magic. I don't think so. Take damage if you hit the wrong one. I wonder if it wasn't noticeable to me because I was playing tank.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally.
Barely felt it either. Probably sucked on level. Most likely. Probably equatable to near raid 3 boss 2 levels of damage.
On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
You died to what I said before, or to Leviathan? That one hit like a truck? Yes, it does.
'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
All but saying it, Merrily. Are you whistling?
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated.
Before I hit next, are the voice volume okay now in comparison to BGM? You think so? Okay.
This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight.
Better. Cool.
Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own.
I wonder if this scene would have been different if I was already playing ninja.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
And check in the end. Thank you.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Yeah, it's okay.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Just calling him out in front of all of his friends.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Gladiator? Yeah, Gladiator. Where he used to be.
Minfilia, please!
Look.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Everyone has their history, okay? Whether or not you choose to be proud of it is another matter entirely.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Turned wholesome.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
I don't think that was in contention.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
You returned from cutscene check? Nice.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
It does not change because Rogue Ninja was first unlocked added after this MSQ patch? Okay, cool. Oh, I guess we would have to justify having seen it first before the guild's unlocked.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Such Darwinian thinking is questionable. Though in some places might does make right. Doesn't mean that they're words to live by all the time. The Admirals informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. When Yugiri met the fraternity. That's gonna be good. The south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there, and present the letter to him. He serves as the gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lovin's in society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a strong bond stronger than Mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it may be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will only get you so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place, and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. So be it. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the Rogues Guild is down there, if I remember right. Wonderful names. What? Didn't your mammy teach you it's rude to stare? Perhaps. Got business with me, adventurer. So you're the woman Admiral sent word of? I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I've seen his shite-eating grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. His reputation is not good. Oh, you must be the Far East nerd. what Merylwoob says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. He's a classic D&D style bard. Nice. I'm Yugiri of Doma. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Lims is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. Simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us. Oh my god. You, Gary, do what's it? We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? No. No, it did not. Lady Varix, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us, Domans. No words will suffice to express my gratitude. The Rogues Guild is so... Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. So what if I talk to you now? That's a great face. Wonderful. Love that. Much and more has occurred since I first beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. Not suspicious at all? Of course not. But forgive me, I've kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Sure. And off we go back to more donuts. Can never underestimate how cozy this place is.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, as we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Valdesian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
I'm trying to think. This event was never mentioned in future expansions that I remember.
12 Preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
My revolution. Friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. Otsuon patch 2.2. Damn. I didn't realize it was going that quickly. No. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter. One closer to home. It was the name of the patch? Okay. It concerns etheric fluctuations, which we had previously attributed to good King Mogulmog the 12th. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing, etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acilia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Uldar, this time, are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet them with them at once. Acilia, you know full well we have the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Varix, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Why am I agreeing? I could have easily just been like, yeah, no, this seems like a political affair, have fun. Draggle-tailed? What does that mean? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. Draggle-tailed. Having untidily trailing skirts. Doesn't quite look so dragging. Okay, I hear the birds. I'll be right back. Alright. Hello again, everyone. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 'Twill be praised it is you. We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Uldar for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one that got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. The calamity brought us to our knees. Those rich bastards in the sea didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. Don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. I think it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So surely you'd do the same for us. I don't like this. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. Turning our back on it? You're backing on us? If I might have a word. Tataru, is aught amiss? Ill tidings from Uldar, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? That must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. That's a hell of an ultimatum, man. My lady. We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalima will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Verix. What do you say now? Don't believe what they say. I know these people. They would only take up arms to defend themselves. If there was a riot, I swear to you they didn't start it. Okay? I have not all the details, so I cannot, in good conscience... Oh. Cannot, in good conscience, decry anyone at this juncture. The hourglass, you say? Okay, still the guild. That is very red. Seem like you're standing okay.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions.
Extremely wealthy people are not empathetic to plights. So this looks awfully familiar.
It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
So on a meta level, I am noticing that I do have less cutscenes to voice myself, which is novel. Because I don't remember like if it was delineated in like in all the parts of the, I don't know why I'm gesturing in front of my face like you guys can see my hands, but in the New Game Plus menu, there's for Realm Reborn there's 5 parts. For I don't know, because I'm on part 5 now. Part 4 was Praetorium and stuff, I think. It's been a while at this point. But I have the assumption that everything I had to voice in part 4 was 2.1, because I remember having to talk a lot during that and before, so that timeline tracks if we're talking about that specifically. There's more and more the further you go. Yep. Makes sense. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Raban has to say upon the matter. Part 4 ends base ARR, parts 5 and 6 and our patches. There's part 6. Interesting. I thought there was only 5. That's fair. I feel like there was a person doing exactly that performance on that exact corner last week. It's kind of funny. Now is not a good time, Barracks. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfino, back in your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Uldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away, but would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. Okay. The general's no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitorists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Varix. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which one they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I just nod, though. I'm not talking to anyone. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? You look as though you have something to say, Varix. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Who's squeaking? Oh, you. Zoom. Oh. I vaguely remember you guys. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees. Then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? No, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept the situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Didn't expect them to send you, Varix. I take it this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left me with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zosakawa's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zosakawa. He will explain everything. And he sits back down. More characters should be okay with addressing us seated. Wait, why is this purple? Ah, don't hurt me. Not one of them. Holy shit, they're growing. How funny would it be if that guy in the back was named Jesse? I beg your pardon? You're not a flame? I see. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. I'll be praised for that, because we have no moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic's spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. Look. When you place the citizenry and the people who live there under oppression in this way, financially, and we compare that to the population of the monetarists, I'm just saying that inciting in this way is easy and in some senses should be expected. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. The dude says it's dream flowers, it's in-universe contraband. Nice. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Dream flowers, you say? The dream flowers, my children. Interesting. So, where's Walter? Are you Walter? Yeah, you. Are you Walter? No? Alright. What are you doing? Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why? Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Okay. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant, and many gods struck me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had bought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh god, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Desperate times indeed. Shock and awe. Oh, so, wait. I mean, with that means, like, Rama's coming, right? Nice. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. Twins? A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent us with vanished during the struggle. Oh, if we only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Although, if they were forced to confront reality. That's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that the strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. You got PTSD. Yeah. Nice emotion. Thank you. Where am I going? Let me leave the cave. Down, huh? Which means... Yeah, this tracks. Seven hells, they found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lass, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. What, not you? This doesn't feel good to do. Sorry, boys. Oh, thank you. You beat him like it was nothing. Oh, almighty. What are we gonna do now? I mean... Why are you hiding behind the rock? Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? Or the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Eh? Where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Hello. Where's Stone's Throw? Further out. A child? Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ulda. The man they said they were gonna change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, miss, are you looking for someone? This one would make more sense for who I'm talking to. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look. Over there. I think that's him. Yeah, great. Just say your entire game plan out loud. This is what internal monologues are for. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You... He's getting away. Go get him, miss. When your internal monologue becomes external. I know a fair few people like that, and it's so fucking funny when you hear them do it, and then they realize, oh, that came outside, didn't it? Well, well, well. Hi. Yep, hi, it's you. You do that. Nice. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who's filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Uldar? Huh. You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. If I present your head to every single refugee... No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. I have an axe, boy. For the sake of argument, let's say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a keychain's ass about politics. It was business. Only business. We have a title for you. Merchant of Death. 'Twould be oh, an archer. We both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. You're about to be made a cleaned up loose end, aren't you? A cleaned up loose end. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. I'm glad they didn't immediately suspect me. I imagine if I was a bard or archer at this moment, might have been a problem. Old adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Huh. They acknowledge my affiliation, which means they know me. Interesting. Where am I going? Oh, Hall of Flames. Not that far. In we go. Let's see, white garbed, thick gloves, archer. What news, Varix? Where's the merchant? Murdered? I'm told the 7th hell. He was not simply murdered, Varix. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these rites than you realize. Great. You made a clip? Nice. Flame Generals left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you'd returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the result of our own investigation. The timing was too good. Sometimes the narrative speaks for itself, but because the crumbs were left in such a neat way, I think I was led to the conclusion already anyway. Master Alphino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. I'm gonna have a look at that clip later. Promenade. It's like I'm following an actual Realm Reborn baby during this. We've been expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Kind of. A lance
Despite
user.
our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room.
Dude, this place echoes though.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
Because it is.
Together with a group of Alamegan
I love this
refugees,
turtle.
they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Great.
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Alfino, Alfino. There is but one thing that drives these men. Money, dear boy.
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill?
No. No, I do not.
It is a proposal to annex
Thank
the
you.
Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day.
Wait, this is the PvP area.
Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
It's Cardno, always has been. Fair enough.
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Money, dear boy.
He walks a path all his own. independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Eh? Like actual the machine Omega?
Pardon?
An Oligon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated.
Is it bigger? Ultima's longer and taller, but if we discount like extraneous limbs, Omega has more. No. It's hard to gauge because Omega has spindly legs. They don't know. That's okay. I'm speaking from time traveler experience.
Oligon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself.
Yeah, Bahamut. Sure. They're doing their best.
If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
Yeah, he.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
My wool is doing triple time porting between time here and D&D. You're so right.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Carlians did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Captain Sill. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Cartano. Begone, whelp. This is no place for children. Wow, he came in here. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? Better outside, you know. So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. No, it's a good kid. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an aether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. The weights on either side of this scale is, not favorable. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Of clothing? Varix, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to the Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Twelvefoot has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Rama time. The Twelvefoot? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I haven't received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Gelverix, you know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Sure thing. Just a moment. Okay. Good flipping technique. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Varix. The latest news from Uldal was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alfino suffered was to his ego. Sorry. We're building up our snark resume here. It's nice. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. It's true though, I know. I just couldn't stop myself from chuckling at Minfilia, the head of this organization, taking a jab. Lord of Levin. Yep. Rama is story. Interesting. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then. I have received some disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth the revered guardian, the primal Rama. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seed Seer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Ramu. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Rama is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. No, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Popolimo. Oh my god. Okay, for Stormblood purposes, this is very funny for me. This is extremely funny to me. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Rama once right after Calamity, but that was because the Gallians came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orion stands, the sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy, had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldar drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and it quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Varix, through your dealings with the sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Rama could be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Rama's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Varix. Pray report to Commander Hulo. How did I pronounce this before? Huloi? Hulo. Swa. Law. Hulo. I'm gonna stick with that. Hulo. At the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Great. Yuloa is your best guest? Yuloa, I guess. French is hard, man. French. Hello, performance. Captain Sill, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofio's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. My diplomacy is consistent of nodding. What am I going to do? Am I gonna nod at the man's beard to make him go away? Oops. Yeah, the Scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? Yes.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest.
Ah, that's why you said it earlier. Ramuh.
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Hello. Which one are you?
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Zoned out for a little bit there. Sorry. Rango's Burr. Full disclosure, I was thinking, you know, this is ill-fitting, but I feel like eating fruit. So I was trying to decide between having strawberries or plum. Captain Sill, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramu himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, but that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Strube. Fair enough. I shall return. Groups acquired. I didn't even press that. There we go. Huh. Are we to parley with him already? I was told that messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Shall I wear the glass? I mean... they're mine. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summoned Lord Ramu. I make you want to grab fruit too? You should grab fruit. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please, please, come with this one. Crisp. Zoom. Zoom. Hang on. So sad they trimmed this part. What was this part? I was kind of hard focused on the fact that the weather appeared to me, or at least sounded like it changed. You had to follow the scions into the Sylphlands. The sylphs took their forms to met with you. Ah. You had to fight them out to figure out who's real. And doppelgangers are so hard to deal with. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Oh. Do we not have to do that anymore? It's very likely that because he went off screen, where the hell? Oh, it was removed as part of the grade trimming. So I'm guessing this was a place next to the Bane stool here. Where's the path? Okay. Next by this pillar. In between here. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. It was parts off the beaten path. Oh, of the off-beaten path. Gotcha. Could probably remember. That's new. That's cool. And so this one... Oh, must say farewell for now. Walking one will find wise ones not far from here to the south. Go in safety, walking one. I feel like I remember them having a different name for me before. Really? 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 Busted game. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters, so at least there's a reference to it still. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. It's quite enough, Papalima. A fly? Have you come to claim my fruit? Shit. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, As I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I am pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Varix, the Lord of Levin awaits. Little Saws changed my nickname as I accomplish more. Yeah. That tracks. My name wouldn't change because I haven't done anything with them. I remember trying once, but it was a real big slog. Over here already? Oh, whoops. MSQ eyes? Oh. Fair enough.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of hiding. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Why do you know that? How do you know that?
I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Yeah.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born?
A valid question. Light and darkness cast aloft. Not in separate, but in varying degrees within each person. Whether or not a man tends towards one side or another, that is their choice, and depending on universe or circumstance, there may be certain benefits, boons, and busts associated with such deep knowledge. Curious. It's been a few months since Levi stop it. Levi beat us. The Primals talk about me in the live stream. That would be funny, actually.
It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature.
It seems a bit presumptuous to ascribe solely strife and sorrow to the follies of man. It is not unwarranted. And I feel that it's rude to say that it's specifically and only man, because a great many societies, beast or man, are just as susceptible because they are sapient. They have the means and wherewithal to commit the same atrocities as man. It just depends on scale and the will. It just so happens that there are extremely willful beings and societies that share a similar body structure that we do. So I cannot fault this reasoning. Is he wrong, though? No. He's not. But overarching statements serve to delegitimize any sort of parlay. So I understand he's a primal. Obviously, he's got his own set of morals and edicts and precepts that he wants to ascribe by, protecting his little ones. That's fine. But it is nice that we have even a spot that we can actually parlay with. That's very novel. Every other primal is like, hey, you're touched by Heidelin. I'm gonna kill you. So this is nice. This is very nice in comparison.
Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Yeah.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee.
What, my personal darkness?
Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
Uh-huh.
I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
I'm surprised we're already here. That said, I am also quite pleased that this is an actual quote-unquote trial. Are you still here? You coming for this? Cool. What's this? All right.
If this doesn't pop in 5 minutes, I'll switch to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm quite pleased that this is in, like, for purposes of narrative, this is a trial, and we are queued for a trial. Every single one prior to this was a different form of trial. Thank you for agreeing. Before it was a physical trial in the form of battle, this one is a trial of worthiness. Yes. Prove your worth. I get the sensation that I've heard his voice before, but I can't place it. Short of, looking at the credits. It is funny to remember Ramuh insofar as the extreme breadth of his beard. It billows out like an apron in front of him. Which does make the later fight a lot funnier. So while we're waiting, how are you guys?
I'm baffled at the moment.
You're deep in your horse stuff, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, I finished my career run, but what just baffles me is that, you know, I get it. Gold Ship is like crazy, and all these lore posts on my timeline just kind of made me decide, you know what, forget it. Like, I've never trained her before. Let's see how much, you know, let's see how crazy she'll drive me, because, you know, her character, she's supposed to play really in line with her character. And of course, yeah, she just spent the entirety of my career run with her keeping me confused, because it was literally the smoothest career run I've ever had. She didn't lose a single race. Her mood was always good. All of my events and training sessions went really well, right until I got to the URA final. There was one turn before that race. She decided to slack off, just to remind me who's really in control. And then during the actual final race, she stayed in last place until the last 400 meters, and then clutched it. She's insane.
What a weird horse.
I mean, she literally was living... She's living up to her, like, the horse that she's inspired from, because literally, she does what she wants. If she feels like it, she'll do it.
The most cat-like horse I've ever met.
Yeah, but now that I've actually run with her, I get it. I'm actually pretty smitten. Because I know one day she's gonna completely just throw something.
Oh, like a race?
Yeah, like I'll go through, you know, I'll go through training with her, and just one day she'll decide to throw everything.
For content's sake, I hope that is funny. I do like how our bird started our alarm screaming when the talk about Umu Museme came up. Join you in Juan? No. There are Power Rangers here.
I love that.
I don't have one. Does that count?
No. Like one of the crosshairs,
Because I thought I saw one bounce across the arena at me,
Oh, it'll run out. Yeah, I need to be hit with one of those.
Are you supposed to spread with this?
See, this is what should have happened. This person's carrot right here.
I'm confused. What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, it broke. Okay, whirling. What are we supposed to do with this?
I don't actually know.
We're really good at this game, guys.
I've done this in
Takes damage every time an action is used.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
What happens if we... No.
Ow.
I'm not even doing anything.
I need to grab one of these? I don't know.
Okay. I'll grab one over here. You grab that one. Nothing. Cool.
I actually have no idea how to set it up anymore.
We're not trying to troll, guys.
Second people rank third protection.
So we need to grab 3 orbs. I don't have party chat open, sorry.
Okay, yeah, so I grabbed 2.
We needed 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
It said a stack of 2 would grant third protection, so I was looking for a third one and couldn't find one.
But yeah. During stream I have event chat open. Sorry, Spacey.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Someone else says that. You'll get your Burger King crown back someday. I believe it.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Your brain suddenly thought of putting jam on a potato chip. I don't see a problem with that. Really? This game is so finicky about what it considers empty space. Got no jam. That's tragic. Captain Sil, you've returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of Earth, Gridania and Lotus Solus will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the Force Champion of Peace. You performed a monumental duty this day, Captain Sil. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. What little gods are made of. The Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nofika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Captain Sil. Off I trot then. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. Great. Right, I forgot that's not walkable terrain.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without.
My minor in philosophy is balking at that statement. But it does bear mentioning that the second instance of darkness is capitalized. You love that line, it hits so good. Yeah, it is. Or, grammatically, it does.
It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees.
Sorry, cleaning my glasses.
Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the Calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility.
Thank you.
If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania, and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
So Limsa has offered revisions to the Domans. Gridania has offered further allyship, which I think we would have gotten from them anyway. But whatever aid looks like in the future from Gridania, we accept.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
It would be extremely funny if right now, in broad daylight, Ascian warps in. It would be extremely funny to me. Never mind. Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Varix? I'd hope Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the... Oh geez, I've never actually pronounced this word. Is it adroit? Adroit. Adroitness with which he responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Varix? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? I see no problem with that. Adroitness. Nice. I do love vocabulary, but sometimes I've read a word but never pronounced it either in my head or else. It's like I just acknowledge that word. Cool. Move on. You have a cut on your thumb. What have you done? Did you get it from when you got fruit earlier? If you got fruit? Didn't get fruit actually. Tragic. That requires putting on pants. God. I've had so many friends who have been like, of the no pants gang disposition. It's just funny to me. And I know there are some VTubers who do that too, but primarily I have an old friend who would always rail against pants in general. Currently has no pants. Look, I'm just saying. Yes, Michaela? It is warm. It's like, what? Even at night, it's what? 23 Celsius? I mean, earlier today was 23, or not 20, 33. And that was, ugh, already. So it's still being 23 is not doing us any favors. Welcome back, Varix. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Asian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Asian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Asians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Asians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Yes, please.
let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heaven...
Sorry, I thought I had a sneeze.
Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
It's PowerPoint time. It really is.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
Just a sec. Ugh.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Sorry, Thancred.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
So I know the name of the thing we're supposed to be using, but not the means by which we acquire. Oh wait, that wasn't. Rama's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Wall, and Levin. All have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Eidolon's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds wherever to want to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. That's an interesting statue. Organization 13. Actually, it's Organization 14. Boo? Yes, yes, thank you. Hmm. 13 because a certain someone defected. We don't know that yet. Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest, there is something I would show you, Varix. Given the hour, maybe just finish this quest and call it. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Varix, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wished naught of conflict, and who now call you friend. Of Alize, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there's Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag, that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Coils mentioned. Yep. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, and by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to the many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Moving again. Ugh. I'm gonna take a guess this is off, you know. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Hey! It's all about the diction. Alfino, I take it the troubles in Ildan no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Ah, I have a message for you from You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alfino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Good to know that we have documentation. Varix, you may have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment, and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yosen was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? This is the hide-and-seek kid, I think. I think Yosen was the... like the quote-unquote ringleader kid. Yeah. Look, it's Miss Varix. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Miss Varix? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Paul? Mr. Bolden, Miss... Qualtenay. Did you know that Miss Varix is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Varix. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Qualtenay. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. Ugh, I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Miss Varix if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are ever so slightly too dangerous for you. They're, like, level 50 and stuff. I don't know if a little child is level 50. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Varix? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I have. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Varix? Will you consent to spar with me? Sure. Oh, we're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone, we must prepare our gear for an outing. I fear they're missing the point of this exercise. Do try not to disappoint them, Have faith, Qualtenay. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout.
you're gonna keep going. I need to go to bed. It is midnight.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go to the end of this quest. And away a chair goes. EVKA. So true. Oh my god, a duty? It was good of you to agree to this, Varix. Just you're ready to begin. Sure. Don't see why not. Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. You're also sleepy, so logging out for now. Very well. Also, thank you for joining. Maybe I'll have party chat open next stream so I can actually see if there's advice to be had. But yes, thank you very much, and thank you again for your sub. We'll see you around. Ori, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is Varix you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Silence to begin with. Without Varix to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Also happy to jump into VC for callouts in the future. Sure thing. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello? You haven't begun yet, have you? Ida? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned Varix's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He is a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Oh. Kind of wish that he had his shield. Oh. Okay. Leave me no choice. That was late. Oopsies. Why? I'm synced down. Yeah. You do nothing. Literally. And I can stun you. I think it's my gear. Am I synced to 130? No. That aura meant to be overpowering. You... you have bested me. I yield. Okay, look, I'm glad they enjoyed that. She beat them both at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, Varys. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I am ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always, Varys. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people, considering the shambles their home was in. I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me of the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught... shit. Who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor a single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he would never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. Look at that. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea, and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the signs of the seventh dawn alone. No. What is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat, and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians, is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. See, what I don't understand is, we already do this. So he just wants a bigger. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Am I allowed to moonlight as a scion still, if I do this? Ouch. Thank you for coming, Varix. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Well, that'll be for next time. A lot more progress than I thought we would. I thought it'd be Leviathan and then a lot more exposition, but I guess by the how's Spacey call it? The great trimming that we were able to accomplish a fair bit. I don't know what part of part 5 we're at, but with luck, maybe within the next, I don't know, 3 weeks, maybe? Heavensward may be on the horizon. Just came up with it. Still in 2.3. Oh, right, it's goes to 0.5-ish. But yeah. Sorry for muting so much during it. Because I got some kind of allergies going on, I think. I'm getting kind of congested. So I'm gonna take an allergy pill and go to bed. But 2.55, gotcha. Imagine I got to Endwalker before he could finish it. I highly doubt that would be the case. But that would be funny if I did. For those here who watch the Monday streams, I did try out a different Metroidvania, but that feels like something that is a bit too close to Hollow Knight, so I might attempt a different game. And owing to my yearning for a good monster tamer, I might in fact go back to Monster Sanctuary, one of my favorite games. But I might see if there's a way I can roll some kind of randomizer just so it's like kind of still fresh. But that's something I'll be attempting on Monday probably. For Thursday should still be our beloved MSQ here, so we'll see how that rolls in the upcoming weeks. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. Good to see both Michaela and Spacey and everyone else who is lurking just in chat or who's going to be watching the VOD. But yes, thank you guys for joining, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm bugging out.